can see you. I can feel your touch. Look at that hair. Oh, I look like a member of the Beatles. Crazy. Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song. I know my singing is horrible. There was a time in my life when it was good, and then it cut off. It was about the time my voice changed. So now instead of do re mi fa sol la it just cuts off right about there. Oh well. All right, music. Here it is. The music. I have to swap this one, I think, and turn off shuffle if I want an actual shuffle. So let's go to I don't know. This one. This one seems good. That's me. Now we turn shuffle back on, and that should fix the shuffle. We'll see. Alright. Hello. It has been one day. Yesterday I actually took a real break and took a day off. I played Minecraft all day. And honestly, all I accomplished while playing Minecraft was I cleared out a lot of dirt. I basically made a big flat area. It was quite the time consumption process. I did a couple other things, but that was basically it. I wanted a big flat area for like farming and basically anything I want to do. And instead of cheating, I did that shit the hard way with stone shovels. Just millions of stone shovels. It's kind of silly. But yeah, I feel good. Took a day off. We're gonna just go back into drawing now. We're still drawing this guy, left off right where we were the last time. I don't even remember what I was gonna do. I was going to track these clothes in with every frame, basically. I've got, let's see, where's 11 o'clock at? That's 5 hours from now. It's 5.5 hours. So I've got 5.5 hours until lunch. Or, yeah, until things start actually serving lunch. So hopefully we can make a pretty big dent in this in that time period. That's the plan. Gonna be a lot of sketching stuff. Not a lot to talk about. Alright, so I'm gonna have to figure out what his hand's doing here. I'm also gonna have to add some additional frames for going back the other way, I think. Because of what the tail does. I need to animate the tail, but everything else in this animation is going to be the same besides the tail. I'm only going to do like a couple frames figuring out what the tail does on its way back. Alright, so from here, it's hard to do because I can't see where the arm was. But it's something like this, right? Oops, that was on the same frame. Let's see, maybe it's back a lot more. This to there. We should do the frame that we're going into. So I gotta draw this fist correctly. It's pointer finger out. Put the rest of the finger down here. His arm might be a little too long. That's pretty close. That's good enough for me to get the idea of what's going on here. It's kind of distracting looking at the arm in the background, but I think it's about the right length. Anything, this one just gets pushed back a little bit. So that's a good curve. Basically going from this one into this one, it should curve, right? Instead it was more like, yeah. That makes sense. Alright, so now you can kind of see what he's doing. I'm using the same animation, I'm just giving him a different kind of action. Basically sicking the dogs on you in this animation. Alright, now to figure out all the other stuff. Which is where the clothes are. Not gonna worry about the head, not gonna worry about the shoulder pads, I'm just gonna do everything else. So, this is, I'm just gonna track the tail piece. Well, I guess that would change in the animation, but that's simple enough. Tail's not that hard to do. Oh, I have decided, when it comes to doing the Warlord, who was going to be in... It's basically, he's this same guy, but he's in Draconium armor. I'm going to put it off until after I draw that armor set. So I put it in the outline, just so I don't forget about it. Same thing with the Mimic. But yeah, I'm not going to draw them until I draw it for the player first. So that's just going to be a variant monster that's getting put off for later. Because I think that's smarter. Okay, now track the knees. Honestly, I should stop sketching so much when it's unnecessary. I just do it like, by habit. I do this sketching style, and sometimes it's good. Like to be more free flowy or free form. But other times it kind of is completely unnecessary. Tail completely covers that up. I'm gonna have to draw that in when the tail's moving around in the other frames too. I guess that'll be easy enough. We'll figure that out as it comes. This is where I can do a smart thing like this, where I go, this repeats, so that I know that when I draw that line, that I need to copy that line. I don't do this enough. I think this is a really smart thing, making notes to yourself. Is definitely a really good habit to get into. And I feel like I don't do it nearly as much as I should. These are like laces, just very simplified laces. Honestly, if I draw it and ignore the tail, that's probably the smart thing. If I just go ahead and draw this stuff, then, I mean, I know not to draw it when the tail's over it. But this way, when the tail's not over it, I kind of know what I'm doing too. I'm just planning ahead. I guess that top lace should have tracked up more. I could fix that. Really the problem is the leg stretching a bit much. Yeah, I guess I'll fix that. This is wrong, that one's wrong, this one's wrong. Let's base this top one off of that top plate. And the other one's just in between. I'm less concerned about the form of things and just where they're supposed to be. Just a little bit of the knee plate you can see on this side, but that foot's always like facing away from the camera. Okay, I am not going to bother with that one on the toe. I know where it's at. I can do that in my line work. Really, I need to just... We're focusing on the things that would help, basically. Okay, so this one goes to here. Oh yeah, this gets to ignore the toe and just go. So it would be under the toe right here. So I'm gonna draw it. Hopefully I don't go dumb during the line work and forget that. It'll happen. Almost count on it. This waste one is completely unnecessary, but I feel obligated to draw it in. It's completely unnecessary. I'm following the line that's on the bottom there, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to refrain, but I really want to just trace over that line with all of my being. I'm thinking maybe I should do shorter streams again. I don't know. When they get too long, I'm thinking, I don't know. It's better to have more variety. It's not just for like the stream itself, but for myself. You know, me. Like, I'm not watching many. I'm not doing other things that often. Right? I'm doing more streaming than anything else. I feel like I should be, take a break to watch a documentary or watch somebody else's stream. Watch some YouTube videos. Like if all I did was stream, it's gonna like burn me out. Because really, when you get down to it, streaming is usually just talking to myself and listening to this music playlist. Like, I don't know. Eventually that's gonna get kinda dull. I should figure out what the chest looks like here. Problem with this is I get a chance to correct my form from my previous drawing, so I'm gonna end up, the NPCs are gonna look better than my main character. Because I get to like refine stuff much later. Oh well. I'm gonna do stuff like, I'm gonna make them thinner. So they don't look as, they don't look as thick as their main character, our main champion. Thinking, how should I do this? Last time I did like the base and then drew the armor on top of it, like line work for it. We're never gonna have a naked lizard man. That's kind of the issue here. Like the war beasts, there's a naked version, but this guy, he's either gonna have one type of armor or another type of armor. I'm thinking what I'm gonna end up doing is when I do the warlord, who's gonna have a different type of armor, I'm going to just take what I've drawn here and use it as my new base layer, but I'll make it thicker. So yeah, once this is done, I'm gonna squish it a little bit, and then when I come back to this later, I'm gonna blow it back up the champion size, or maybe even a little thicker, and we'll just do that one on its own. Alright, that's basically done except for this little this tassel thing. What would you call this? It's kind of like a loincloth. It's like a tabard. I don't know. It's crotch cloth. There you go. I've dubbed it. And so it was named the crotch cloth. It's just something that makes medieval looking armor look better. Even though it doesn't make a lot of sense. I see if your main fashion accessory is like a kind of like a robe wrapped around, or a very short robe, kind of like a towel basically. That's what the thing looks like. It's called a shindit. It's like a little, it's like a, well, I say a towel, it's pretty long actually. And it's just wrapped around the body like twice and then tucked into like a belt, which is sometimes like a rope. So it's all one piece and it just makes like a skirt looking thing. So that's like their main thing. It makes sense like the rest of their clothes when they get fancier. It's just that, but yeah, even more, I don't know, even longer, even better looking, better material compared to the basic one. I'm gonna draw this one in, even though the tail's blocking it, because the tail might not always be blocking it when I do the rest of the tail. So that's really it. Figuring out like the head and the shoulder bits. Yeah, I'm just gonna paste them on there. But I do need to figure out what the tail does after this. So we're gonna need to repeat this in reverse order basically. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's gonna end up being 11 frames. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I wasn't gonna do this, but it'll help me just see like where the tail needs to be, so it's kind of important. Basically, put these back in reverse order. Alright, so you're 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I'll be able to like copy the line work for a lot of this. I just want the tail to animate differently, so it doesn't, the tail's not like going backwards in the exact same order that it went forward. And what I need to do is do the last frame first so that I know where I'm heading towards. Oop, that was a 1. 1, 1. So I just grabbed the idle. One. Okay, so where we're going. It's right here. Put that on the wrong one, but whatever, it'll be fine. I'll go back to here. Nope, not that. Yeah, okay, that one. This is where the tip of the tail needs to get to. It doesn't have to go exactly here, but it's gotta be heading towards there. Okay, so at 6 we're here. I mean, this seems, let me look at the whole thing. So we're going this way, we're flipping back, so yeah, it's gonna continue flipping out. This is kind of how I do tails. And actually this one, it has to lead into that spot. It doesn't have to be in that spot, right? Because after this frame, you can think idle number 1 will be the next frame. So basically, I just need the tail to lead into where idle number 1's tail is. So it'll be like that. Basically, his tail's licking as well. It might get a little, no, that's fine. The tails are pretty long. In idle 1, it looks shorter, just because I think the angle of it. Well, I mean, that's the cool thing about tails, is you can always say they're facing, or they're closer to the camera, or further away from the camera. So when they grow and shrink, it's really not as noticeable as some other things, like arms and stuff. That's one of the reasons I like animating tails, is their imperfections actually make them look really nice. Because it's just a little flowy object that you get to watch. Okay, and that's really it. I mean, I could draw the whole tail out. I think I might. Instead of just doing the line. It's a little confusing because the other tail, you can see the difference between what the two tails are doing though. Like if you watch the red one and then you watch the blue one, you see why I don't want to go in reverse order, right? Did I do these wrong now that I'm looking at it? I might have put these in the wrong order. They definitely don't look like they're in the right order. Did I get these two confused? I think I did. Oops. Yeah, no, that doesn't look right at all. I just noticed that now. It's kind of twitchy. I think this one's 8. This one's 9. Maybe it looks smoother. There we go. So that's just gonna screw up what I do with the tail a bit. It's not a big issue. There we go. Yeah, these two are messed up. Yeah, no. That'll look a lot better, even though it's a couple extra frames to do. Okay, cool. That's that one done. Next one. I was thinking about having this float up a bit, but I need to hide that because I do want to play this one in reverse order. So I need to think about how it's going to look playing backwards as well. Started raining. Good. That means I need to be careful, like what the basically I cannot animate this part, the crouch cloth, because when it goes back up, it's gonna look weird. So really, it's just gonna be defying gravity, basically. It doesn't, you don't really see it much in this one anyway. It's not a big deal. But it's just something to keep in mind when I get to it. I totally forgot the stitching in the last one. I mean, I can kind of eyeball that, but fuck it. Let's go do it real quick. It's not too hard. It just goes from here through the middle of the leg, basically. So, yeah, it's completely unnecessary. But here I am doing it. Actually, this is an area where I want to stretch the rules a bit. Just make sure that this thing covers that spot. So it matches the other side. Stretch it on this one as well. There's a line on this foot that does not animate very much at all throughout the whole thing. Honestly, this line is completely unnecessary. Other than to remind me that it's there when I come to do this on the line work. Alright, 45 minutes has passed. Oh god, yeah, I've got an orange juice. Let's do that. I had coffee this morning, but I don't know. The milk is just about expired, so it's not that great. That or I'm losing the thrill for coffee already. Which is possible too. I mean, it's gonna be covered up anyway, but I was thinking the way I was drawing this is kind of weird. Technically, it would like wish into the shoulder there, but it's gonna be blocked anyway, so who cares? Alright, next. Wait, is that one done? Yeah, basically. Oh, running. I think this will be the hardest of them, right? Attack, well no, attack's pretty long, 13 frames. Rolling is 6. Well, there's some really easy ones at the top, at least. But yeah, running and attacking. I mean, running's usually hard just because things move around so much too. Oh, I finally got to see what this thing looks like from the front. Or frontage. I've got some reference. So also, when doing a looping animation, start at the last one. This is kind of a stiff looking running animation. It's okay, but yeah, the way the feet pick up, I clearly have gotten better at this over time. I think this was one where I used to use stick figure animation basically to figure out how the run would work. Yeah, the leg lift's like really hard to, I don't know, it's okay. I'm not gonna redraw it obviously, but it's a part of me that wished that I had done character animations a bit later. I did them after most of the monsters. I figured the monsters would be good practice, but honestly, after doing NPCs, I think that was the best practice. It was a lot of different animations. So I probably should have done player sprites after NPCs. So that the NPCs looked a little rough, but the players looked better. That right there is a trap though. You think about that too much. You want to redo everything. Alright, so the way this thing works. Is a bit confusing. It's hard to tell what I drew. Yeah, I've done it like a couple different ways. I think in this one, or the original idea for the champion armor is you don't see the rope underneath. Really hard to tell. Actually, let me go grab my original sketch artwork. That would probably be easier to see than looking at it on the computer. So, here's the one in question, which camera will not be able to see this very well, I don't think. Yeah, it kind of sees it. That one on top. So, I don't know, what I drew here, I definitely ignored. Oh wow, yeah, no, I did this a lot different than what I've been thinking. How to look at it. I mean, it's too late now. We're changing it to the new way. But I had more pants basically, and less skirt. I mean, there's supposed to be pants underneath the skirt thing for this armor, for this clothing. Yeah, no, I'm doing this a totally different way. Oh well, we're gonna go with this. So we're just gonna say that, yeah, that little piece that's over top just comes down, and I'm gonna put it like a secondary piece just above it. I've kind of drawn that here. Basically, there's like the crotch cloth, but there's a mini crotch cloth at the top. So I think I'm gonna do that. Everything else is basically the same here. I mean, they could be a little bit different. Like the champion version, he has a necklace on, but the normal enemies, I'm not going to do that with. So I kind of want the champion version to be a little nicer. So in fact, maybe I don't do that. We'll just do like the basic style, or as basic as it gets. Okay. Let me put this back, because there's nowhere else to put it. However, oh. I don't know if these are going to have the detail that this one has too. This is the other image I'm looking at. The tailor, this one right here, basically has a version of this armor on. It's a little different, but the way the boots are, the way the different cloths, and the way it's colored. But you can see like she has that like undershirt that's underneath. I don't know if I think I'm gonna do that with the cloth armor. So we're gonna have to do like triangles and squares and stuff during this animation. That's easy enough once I know where it's supposed to be. I'll put that in afterwards. She's also got gloves on. He does not have gloves. I think other versions of the cloth armor do have gloves though. So she's got like a little bit of a blend of each of the cloth armors, kind of. Hers probably looks more like the Were-Raptors now that I think about it. I would have to go find. Take a look at it. The Were-Raptors got some some reference. It's a little more on the risque side because it's mostly pulled from heavy metal. Alright, yeah. So the Were-Raptor's armor's got the gloves and that jacket. It actually, the Were-Raptor armor looks exactly like what hers is. So that's where I got hers from. So yeah, Champions is going to be kind of like that, but not quite. And these enemies that you fight are even more. They're close to the champion armor, but not quite there. They should be a little bit less. Okay, so basically what I've decided here is this thing is just like a little cloth. It goes down to about knee level. And I think I had it overlapping this, but I think I'm just going to connect it to where that meets up. This thing needs to flap back and forth a bit. That might be too short, yeah. Gotten too short. I think that one's fine. Really don't like what this animation looks like now. This is one of those things. It just pulls you to remake me. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna get this, I can't quite be there. It looks awfully suggestive, doesn't it? That's what happens when you have a crotch cloth on. It's just swinging around. Alright, I think this one just gets a little too long. Shorten her back up a bit. Alright, let's do the knees next. And 1 hour. We got 4 to go, right? 4.5. All I think about is food. I'm very much my day is centered around when lunch is. I'll always be a fat guy. Just try and get it down a little bit. But it's in my nature. Where the knee is in this animation is really bothersome too. Like the knee is constantly growing and shrinking or moving. Like if I was to make a skeleton of this, oh my god, that's the worst offender right there. From here, this size knee, to here, this size. Like what the fuck was I doing? Oh, I had no idea what I was doing. Oh, I hate it. Please, I don't want to do this animation anymore. I don't want to look at it. Jesus Christ. This is fucking torture. Really, nobody would care as much as I do, though. Constantly keep telling myself that. feel like I'm jumping legs here. I don't know if I'm on the right one or not. They get confusing when they pass over each other constantly. I think I'm on the wrong one. That's so boy. It does really matter. There's that one. I think I did follow it. No, I did this one on that one, but I did this one on that one. Okay. I jumped legs once. There we go. Fixed. Now we do the other leg. Minecraft. How long the leg is here. It's just the size of the knee. I don't know what went wrong. There's the wrong one. Oh, I've done it again. Wrong one. This is where I figure out what this shirt looks like from the side. Okay, well, at least I know this bottom line is easy enough. It's just two lines like this. Alright, so the front bit, honestly, it's not too hard. It's just, well, you're not even going to see it in this one. But yeah, it follows along here, but then it curves at the last moment. Basically, in the chest, it's up a little higher than it is in the back. Which from the front, it looks kind of cool. Alright. What does the tank top look like from the side? Kind of weird because it's a very low cut sort of tank top too. But I think what I need to do is just draw circles here. And then I'll figure out the rest from that. Oh yeah, I didn't think about this, but when I flip rotate him, what arm his weapon is. That's one of the reasons I did the champion. I did basically drawings from both sides because I wanted the weapon that his hands, or that, yeah, he's, which hand he's using for, you know, the weapon, should be the same. But in this one, I want to rotate it. So sometimes it'll be right-handed, sometimes it'll be left-handed. It doesn't quite make sense, but hopefully most people won't even think about that, I think. But I definitely don't want to draw this guy from like both sides. We're just going to flip rotate or mirror it. And then this thing just goes from here to there. Once again, I started on one. If you start on one, by the time you get to 11, you'll end up drawing the damn thing like down here. And then it'll go to 1 and you'll realize how far off you were. I mean, that still happens a bit, but it won't be as bad. Because I've got this nice little in-between to merge it in. This one doesn't matter because it's just do the second line. So it'll probably be like a little pattern or something inside this line. Here's somebody. Who is it? Who goes there? Hey, comedy. Morning. Well, I think that one is done. Looks a little weird, but then now that I think about it, this whole thing's gonna have a big shoulder pad over top of it anyway. You won't even see it. That was a lot of work for that. Alright, attack animation. This is probably the hardest one of them. Yeah, he moves around a lot. I mean, the bottom half isn't that crazy. It's going alright. We're an hour and a half in. I got like 4 more hours to go. Just getting started. Oh, I did some changes to Goba again. What did I do since the last time? I made it to where raptors can't go inside of bases anymore. The fireworks look a little nicer. Do some fireworks. Oh, I put a coin down. I also made it to where less monsters spawn. So only one type of monster spawns instead of eventually 3 for every person. Is this the first stream or after the restart? No. Yeah, I woke up at like 4 a.m. So I was just getting started. Starting to get more on the day shift again. Did I not have that last time? Well, I've done that then. That was actually a lot of work. It turns out getting them... Well, here, I'll show you. I think it's easier to see. Let me write something. You know what? I can't even think of anything to write, so I'm just going to do this and spam the fuck out of my chat. Yeah, doing this to where the text always remains on screen regardless of what size the text is, right? Was the biggest challenge. But I was able to do that without Googling anything, so hey, that's a big accomplishment for me. But I haven't done word wrapping, so if you get like way too much message, it'll go off the screen. So yeah, I haven't figured out a way to like cut the string in half. Or at least, I mean, I haven't really bothered with it either. It's something I just didn't want to do. Also, I made it to where the little guys, they start off smaller. Basically, I was just getting rid of some of the clutter that gets on screen so it's less busy. But your little guy starts with, he's smaller, but he gets bigger. The more armor he gets. So eventually, you'll actually get really big if you get enough armor going. Have some gold, some armor. Enjoy, you're now way stronger than my character. I don't know, it was fun. I also, yeah, that was all some of the recent stuff. I put all the new monsters in it, so I guess I thought I had all that stuff in it the last time, or when you were playing it, but I guess not. Maybe that was what motivated me to go ahead and do some of that stuff. Oh, I also made it to where certain enemies actually drop the items now, so. Right in the middle, there you go. Oh, you can change your color now too. It costs 10 gold, but if you do exclamation point color, you get a random set of colors. Oh, and there's this fun one, where if someone finds this emote, this will happen. I don't know if you got a new color or you just didn't have enough gold, because you're still pink. I guess it is a little darker, isn't it? You just rolled the same fucking color? That's hilarious. Oh, now you're white. Okay. No, maybe it's fixed now. Oh wait, it didn't change the color of your base though, did it? Wait, what happened? This one might have fucked up. Yeah, your base was supposed to change to be your color too. Why are you white now? What happened? You broke my game, Comedy. I didn't really test this one. It should have worked. I just assumed it would work, right? Oh yeah, it's still yours. You can walk in it. It's just, it's not, it's supposed to recolor when you recolor, right? So it's the same color as your skin. Otherwise, it'll get confusing. Now you're like a secret agent. Albino pink man. But I'm wondering why he turned white. Because I really feel like that's the mistake. Like it was supposed to be, like he's supposed to be pink, and your guy's the one that's colored wrong. Here. You color some more. There's more money. Test it out for me. Just one more color. I want to see what happens. This could crash it too, completely. Alright, now you got a new color. Let's see if you turn white again. But the base definitely isn't changing, so it's the base's fault. Oh no, you're pink again. I guess that's one way to do it. Fixed. Just sweep the code under the rug. It's fine. Oh, but that little fireworks thing is if there's any like bit donations, it only works for normal bits, like 1 bit, 100 bits, 1,000 bits, and so on. Like if you were to do 2 bits, I don't think it would work because it's searching for bit 1, or I did like all the different ones, cheer 1 or cheer, oh fuck, I can't see them, or you know, Lucky Charm 1 or whatever it is, Lucky Charm 100. I'm sure there's an easy way to make it find like a certain number and then change based on that number or whatever, but I don't know. At least it works for the basic stuff, so if you do like some basic bits, it'll do a little celebration. Kind of fun. Also, it'll give you gold equal to how many bits you gave me, so the game's pay to win now. That wasn't really my, well, I mean, it was kind of my intention, but yeah, I just included microtransactions in the game. You know how it is. Oh, so your new stuff is the same color. All right, so whatever it is, I know what I did. I didn't put the in the step event. Yeah, I didn't. Like, it's not constantly checking to see what color it's supposed to be. It was only in the creation code. I feel like I did do that, but maybe I fucked it up. I'm sure I did. Oh well. At least now I know to look for that. And actually, I'm gonna write that down. I got a couple more changes I wanted to do to it. I've just been compiling a list of things I want to do. I want to make a little effect for when you pick up an item, because right now when you get an item, sometimes it happens so quickly you don't even notice you got it because there's no like effect for it. Also, sometimes an item can drop off the screen to where nobody can get it and it won't despawn. So once that happens, like, nobody can pick up that item anymore, so that one's a big bug. And I just wanted to adjust what the fireworks look like. Okay, so this one is building colors. All right, so that's 5 things so far. Little improvements that I need to make. I was hoping it would be just good to go for a while. Alright. This is kind of lame because the knee does not move that much. That back one does. This front one, honestly, it moves way more than it should because I could have just copy and pasted there. We're looking at an old animation. I say old, it's my main character. I should not have done my main character when I did him. This has been a stream about trying, like, to fight the urge to go back and fix this character. Like, every animation, I see nothing but jank, and it upsets me greatly. Alright, let's draw a few things. And copy and paste them. Make this a little easier. No fixing. Yeah, I know. But the animations, I know. Actually, I recently watched the Oh, okay. Well, I gotta say, I recently watched that indie game dev movie again. It was very interesting to watch it again from like a new perspective. The indie game dev movie, the indie movie. I don't know, it's something like that. Alright, so that changes a lot. Honestly, it's just like this knee plate and that little line on the foot or something that I can copy. Everything else I'm drawing from scratch every frame. So let's do that. Ooh, I've done fucked up too. I was supposed to be making copies of these folders, and I completely forgot about that so that I have clean versions. Something I always forget to do, so I'm constantly making new animation folders. Yeah, I forgot to do it here to fix that real quick. And here, oh my god. I just want like a blank folder that is the correct length that I can copy and paste. Like this one. This one was good. Wait, is it? Oh no, I drew some lines on that one. Like a big dum-dum. You know what? Those lines were unnecessary anyway. Yeah, that's fine. And actually, before I forget that, let's go make copies of these real quick because they're all empty. That one doesn't matter. It's a single frame. That's a single frame. This one. There we go. Now we got some special ones that shouldn't be deleted. Alright, so I copied and pasted that thing a bunch of times. That's fine. I don't really have to worry about that bottom one. I'm just going to move the top one around as needed. I'll correct anything in the line work later. Okay, I know it's a little iffy, but the idea is there. And it saved me a bunch of time. We'll see how far this travels down. This is very much the that little game where everybody whispers in each other's ear and it passes around the big group, and by the time it gets to the end, it's nothing like what it originally started with. That's kind of what this can do. You'll go down like 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel, and eventually by the end of it, even though you've been using the onion scanning, it'll get off by so much you'll be like, how in the world did that happen? So I did pretty good. It travels a little. It's not too bad. I'm not even going to bother with the laces. Be honest. I can figure out the laces when I do line work. Let's start going through this quicker. I sometimes do things that are unnecessary. Actually, I do that a lot. This is that one frame looks really bad. This one. Honestly, I just started doing this without thinking like, am I going to use this whole thing? I could just have the one slash, right? And then end it like here. Like one cut. I might do that for like the first enemy. But the bandit might do them all. Like the full combo. I don't know, at that point you're kind of just waiting around for him to finish attacking before you go and attack him. And that's not quite as fun as dodging an attack, because after you've dodged the attack, he's just going to keep attacking. And even if you get hit by it, you're going to get thrown out of the way, so you're never going to be hit by the follow-up attacks. The only time this is dangerous is if you get impatient and walk forward as he begins his other attacks. And the other way I can do it is I make it to where there's a random chance he'll continue attacking, so that you don't really know if he's finished or if he's about to come out with some more. I don't want to do anything like give them special. I don't want to do anything that makes them a lot better than the champion is, because this is the champion standard attacks. So if they do like, they shoot out waves or they move in between attacks, that's making them better than our main character that they're based off of. Actually, I could split this up into different attacks, right? Like we start off with this attack, and it'll be nice. It'll be like slow, but once he enrages, because the bandit will start with his sword out. Once he enrages, maybe he'll do this attack instead of the last one. Or this one. This one's so fast, it's just two frames. It's also a much bigger arc. Only got 2 of them in here. I wonder where all my other champion effects went. Like the other ones, they have all their effects are in here, right? I guess not. I got some of them. I'm thinking I don't have to do this whole thing. Like, maybe for the Warlord, if anybody does all of them. But no, it doesn't make any sense to do them all. Like, it makes sense for the player to do them all because you don't knock back, most enemies don't get knocked back. So you can get the full combo off, right? But an enemy, if it ever hits you, you get knocked out of the way. So it stringing attacks is completely pointless, unless it's following you with its next attack. I think I cut out 7 of 13. They're completely unnecessary. They don't do anything. So we'll have 2 different attacks, basically. We'll have the first one, which is the slow one, and we'll have the second one, which is a super fast one. And they'll shift between those 2 depending on like if they're enraged or not. Alright, let's delete these. 7 to 13. Honestly, okay, so we're only doing 6 then. And 7 to 13. Alright, so what I should do is just delete this. Make a new one that's got 6 frames in it. Because when I cycle through these, it's still going to go through all 13. It's just the last couple is going to be invisible. You have to like edit the timeline if you want to fix that. Kind of annoying. But I'm not going to worry about it. It doesn't matter for this sketch. It just matters for the other ones. Alright, cool. So now that we've decided that, it saves me a lot of work. There's only 6 frames now. And I think that's just a smarter idea. Maybe when I get to the Warlord, I'll do something different with his attacks. Maybe we'll make the Warlord not even this same thing. It'll be a little bit different. I think that's the way it goes. So maybe it'll just be an additional kind of like lizard man enemy when we do him. Alright, so all this is fine. I was tracking this back one. Okay, now I am going to cut that off the timeline because that's annoying. It's such a pain though. You gotta go find the one we're working on. There it is. And then I gotta drag. I mean, I can click on each of them individually and delete them, or I can just drag this down so that it only covers the 6 frames, and then we'll erase those. See? That's the faster way to do it. Okay, so now it just goes through the 6. This one's not going to loop super well. It's not a big deal because he just plays it and then he snaps back to normal. That's fine. Sometimes it happens. Oh yeah, he's facing forward here. So this one is more here. Basically, we're seeing his chest, so he's rotating. This one, dang it. This one will always be right here. The next one that moves. So from the front, what does this thing look like? I think it's just basically like what it is in the back. Yeah, basically, it's just the same height, one to the other. So that looks a little high. It shouldn't be up on the neck. It should be pretty low. This is a tank top that shows off everything. They ain't afraid to bare some chest. I probably shouldn't have combined this one into the others because it's very hard to see. Oops. It's not going to be a big deal. At least it's telling me that my sword is going to obscure basically everything back there. Okay, I think that's it. I'll figure out the rest of it when I do line work. I don't have to go too crazy on it. Rolling. Oh, please don't look at this animation. Oh my god, this one is so bad. It looks so goofy. Especially when he stands up. Oh my god. No idea how long it took me to do this too. I got a lot better at this, I swear. I don't know, this one is kind of a complicated one. Like, not exactly an easy one. And I did okay. All things considered. I wish my head would remain the same size. I think that was the biggest thing is, I was just afraid to copy and paste the head. I really should have just done that. Also, the feet, there's a few issues. It happens. The hand looks a little weird sometimes. Oh, right, there is something that I was missing from that last one. Real quick, this is very important. The crotch cloth. Crotch cloth is important. We have to track the crotch cloth. I mean, I could just make it to where crotch cloth doesn't move much. I guess it should at least swing around a bit. That's fine. Yeah, it doesn't move much. Okay. Back to this. Do it the same way we've been doing it. Oh my god. The urge to redo these animations is so fucking strong right now. I can't even express it. I'm fighting. I really want to just redo everything. There's no way. Yeah, that would be the stupidest thing ever if I was to actually cave into that, but oh, I want to. It's okay. We'll fix it for Gazzard too. That's the rule. Alright. This one doesn't actually loop. Even though it does kind of loop on its own. You're not supposed to be rolling around this much. That's the wrong leg, isn't it? Yeah. Wait, no, that's the right one. Knee goes forward. Okay, we're upside down now, though. Right? No. It's still kind of where it is. Oh my god, it's confusing. This actually looks like this animation looks good in game too. It just happens so fast, you don't really pay attention to it. And usually you're not looking at the rolling animation, you're looking at what you're rolling through. Like, that's the more important thing. You don't really care what your character's doing, as long as you're dodging the enemy. Of course, if you're watching an enemy dodge, then it might become more obvious. But that's why I get to correct some of these lines. Of course, I'm in danger of making my enemies look better than my players again, if I do that. Okay, that's too much. What are we at? We're at 2 hours. Oh man. Let's finish this orange juice before it's probably warm already. Mm-hmm. Basically. I always forget about my drinks. Mm. Alright, this one's confusing. What's going on? We're seeing his back and his chest. So this is kind of like going like this, but it's also doing this. Okay. This is going to cover everything up. Okay, there's that one. Now we get the easy ones. This one, single frame. Four spaces to the edge. I mean, I considered like limiting it to the bottom or something, but I kind of like the idea of the characters walking all over the screen too. And if it, I don't know, I think it's fine. It doesn't block things enough to where it's too annoying, and it can be kind of like it's a secondary thing you can look at too, right? Like if you're bored of what I'm doing, you can look at what's happening on screen as well. I don't know. It's hard to say what's correct when it comes to that. I've definitely thought it both ways. Well, I think it's fine with less people. I think the second I had like, if I had a lot of people in here, it would definitely become an issue. Like it's definitely fine with just like 2 or 3 people, but yeah, the second it became, if it ever did become like, even 10 people would be ridiculous. It would be funny. I'd just watch it to see what happens. It'd be kind of cool. I mean, honestly, if it ever came to that, I could just remove the building part too, and then it's just what the characters do themselves. And, basically you're removing the RTS parts, which is the fun part. But I could do other things where it's just you have your one character, per person instead of making a bunch of different stuff. Like, that's the way I would go if I ever got viewers like that, right? Random time strategy, exactly. It's not really a real-time strategy. It kind of is, the fact that you can, like, build stuff, but it's a very, I don't know. That's the best example I could think of, or to relate it to. I mean, you're building buildings, you're building in an economy, right? That's real-time strategy. It can be kind of like 4X too, I guess. But we're missing a lot of those X's. You're expanding. You're not really exploring. What are the other X's? There's explore, expand. I think exterminate's one of them, so you're doing that. I can never remember the 4X's. 4X games are something that I always find myself drawn towards, but at the same time, I get bored with them very fast. Like, the thought of building up an entire kingdom sounds great until you realize you've built up a big kingdom and the only thing left to do is to just, like, wave across the map and kill all the AI. Just a big death wave. No, 4X is, oh my god, I'm gonna have to look it up. But it's 4 different, like, things that you do in the game. Alright, so they are explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate. Okay, I had them all except for exploit. Exploit's a weird one. Because, I mean, yeah, I guess that's to, like, do with diplomacy, maybe? That's what those are. Yeah, every time I play one of those, I don't know, that's one of those ones I get like a hungering for, but it doesn't take long before I'm sick of it. My favorite 4X games are Enchanted or Fallen, wait, what is that one called? Enchanted, Fallen Enchantress, something like that. I don't remember the name exactly. It's something like that. I think it's called like the Enchanted series. There's a bunch of them. He hasn't made one in a really long time. Okay, his last one was just called Fallen Enchantress. There's usually like a normal name to that. Maybe they rebranded. Whatever. I like that one a lot. I mean, I like it a lot. I like it to play and build up like a really big kingdom and then just, like I said, go and murder every computer player with my vast technological superiority. Right, how close is this one to the last one? Oh, the bottom of it's the same. I'm trying to think of other 4X games. There's a couple space ones I never really got too big into. I tried them, but the space ones are even slower usually. It's like Endless Space or something like that. Honestly, I'm drawing this hurt one. I don't know if I'm going to use this or not. I like the idea of being able to knock them back. Like, if they don't enrage, then you can knock them back, but once they're enraged, you can't do that anymore. I think that's the way to do that. So they're a lot easier to kill if you haven't killed the war beast, basically, because they'll constantly be getting stun locked or knocked back. Or you can knock them off the screen, I guess. Which is less satisfying. Yeah, I'll keep the herd in. Yeah. Like most MMOs. Well, this one, it's more like he has an animal companion, which was the last thing I drew. And they come as like a pair. He will basically tell his animal companion to attack. And yeah, he commands it. But if you ever kill it, then he will enrage, draw his sword out, and start attacking. Now, the basic version, basically the one I'm doing right now, yeah, that's all he does. But the more advanced version will start attacking like pretty immediately. He'll pull his sword out after just a certain amount of time. But when you kill it, yeah, the idea is when you kill it, it gets even harder to fight. And it goes the other way too. If you kill the master, then the beast will enrage. So yeah, it's best to kill them both at the same time if you want it to be simpler. I just like that dynamic of like an enemy that comes as a pair is something that I didn't have. So this is kind of like fulfilling that role. It also gives me another Lizardman type unit, which is cool. Which I think is good. But you're not just fighting like the same two enemies. Now you're fighting the same three enemies. Also, this would be my sword wielding guy. It makes sense because we've got a spear and an axe wielding guy. We need a sword dude. Okay, so this one, this is kind of, I'm reusing this for drawing the sword. So I'm going to play it up to here and then back again where he pulls his sword off his back. Probably how I'm going to do it. So I just need to repeat these for a couple frames. 7. If I do this right this time. There we go. So the reason I'm doing it like this is see how it's like tail just goes back. I'm gonna do his tail animation separately, but all the other ones are still the same. And then the sword will be its own thing too. There's a couple new ones just so I can figure out the tail and the sword for coming back to normal. Oh yeah, I gotta put those in these. Oh, I fucked it. I fucked it hard. Let's go back. I was on the wrong part of the timeline. I gotta be on the last one. But I noticed it too. There we go. Honestly, it's going to be really hard to get his tail to go where it's supposed to be with what I'm doing here. This is like from a different animation altogether. It wasn't really meant for this. It just kind of looks like what I need, so I'm using it. But somehow I got to get the tail to go from here back to normal. Maybe I just draw the tail from scratch from the beginning. That might be the smart idea. Alright, let's do everything else. This is another one where I can just copy the foot and the boot because it really doesn't move that much. My stream has gotten really blurry. I'm not lagging, am I? It looks like it's fine. Still green. Oh. Enjoying the game. What are we at? 2.5 hours. I should stop watching the clock. I think we're halfway. The goal is 11 o'clock. So we've got... Oh, it's only 2 hours to go then. Yeah, a little over halfway. Well, I should at least have this done and the line work started by then. Though I still have to do death animation, so maybe not. Maybe I'll take that back. They're going to be more complicated. I still haven't quite figured out what I want to do. Okay, that's most of it. Now we gotta figure out the tail. I'm gonna try and make the tail work. Though it's gonna be moving a lot. It's gonna be like basically flicking out here. And I'm gonna have to like cheat it by making it come back in. So it's like the best I can do to make the tail kind of work. I could also, actually, what I could do is bend it towards the foreground. That's something I don't do too often. Yeah, it's pretty quick, but it'll get me back to idle. And actually, I think I can make it even better. Oh yeah, idle's right there, isn't it? Okay, so we just want to lower this a bunch. So that basically we're going from this frame right here into this frame. so that it matches back up with where it's supposed to be. I think just by doing it like that, so like it bends and then comes back. Alright, I should without a doubt do the death animation now. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, the first one's easy enough. He falls down. The second one, I want to make him backflip and smoosh like he, in a really gnarly looking way. Like he's just been clotheslined. I was looking up any images I could think of where somebody gets clotheslined in like a very violent way. I ended up watching like all of the tackles from The Water Boy because they're fucking hilarious, but there was never really a good example. And then I was looking up like some wrestling ones. I found something that looked pretty decent, but it's kind of like it'll be hard to. I mean, I'm just gonna have to use it as a very basic reference, and then draw my lizard man on top. Also, I totally forgot to do the cloth again, didn't I? I might have done it. I think I did do it, actually. Yeah, I did it. Okay, good. But then the last death, I don't know. Actually, I think the last death I'm going to do when I do the Warlord. But really, I'm just putting off a lot of it. So the fall down one's pretty simple. I'm just going to go from hurt to laying on the ground. The clothesline one is going to be something else. But I need to bring in like some reference. I mean, I could try and draw it too. Let me think of like, how does he die? Like for the other guys, I drew a couple images of them laying on the ground, right? We'll go look at what I did before. I want to make sure I'm doing something new. Right, so that's him lying on the ground dead. I had the other one just fall forward. What's his second way of dying? Oh, right, he's the blood fountain. Blood fountain's always fun, where you fall to your knees and just start spraying blood all over the place. Yeah. Okay, but the other one, he just falls forward. So I need another way of falling down. It's not something I've already used. So I've done laying down and I've done laying back. It's really the only two. I mean, there could be some sort of twisted sort of position that you're laying down. I need to find a reference for this one too. Man, one of them looks kind of rough. I remember that animation looking kind of crappy. Yeah, I could just sketch some stuff. I just don't, like, I don't even know what to sketch. I need to have an idea at least. I find the best way, if you want to find like how somebody dies, You can look at it like look at fighting games because they often like well they might not kill the person but they'll have them fall down in some way. Let me look at some Street Fighter stuff. Oh, my favorite one got destroyed. That's a shame. I'm glad I used it when I did. There's some websites where you can pull up like Street Fighter sprite artwork and look at all the animations just by clicking on them. But it's down now. I think because Flash just timed out a lot of stuff. A lot of the websites are breaking. I could also look at Castlevania again. I don't know. Alucard like shoots up in the air and does a bunch of twirls. I don't remember what Richter does. I think he might do the same. What are some other games I might be able to pull an idea from? I might actually have something in my big list of references now that I think about it. Of like death animations, death poses. So I've used almost everything. I've used so many deaths at this point. And I try and make them all unique, but it's very difficult. Yeah, man. Look at these. When you're talking about really, like, if you want an animation to try and strive for, you really can't beat Guilty Gear. Their animations are so good. I find if I look at stuff like this too long, it can be a little, what's the word, demoralizing. But then again, I can look at it and get some ideas for how they did their animation too. The better I get at it, the more I glean from it, I find. Like the way his crotch cloth, the way it animates, it almost looks like this, honestly, this could be a 3D sprite. They've done it so well, it's hard to tell. Was this one from a shell shaded one? It might have been. It's hard to tell when they like. That's when you're doing it really good. It becomes very difficult to tell if yours is from a 3D or 2D game. And I'm starting to think this is 3D, isn't it? It definitely is, with some shell shading on it. Just because the way things stay consistent is really good. But then again, you watch the way the arm kind of jiggles, that back arm that's lifted up. It wiggles around a little too much. So when I see stuff like that, it makes me think 2D. But the way some of the things look, it could be 2D that was just based off of a 3D animation too. It's hard to tell. But it's still fun to look at and see what they did. I'm never going to do clothing that's this animated. This is too much work. I mean, I could do this, but I feel like this takes a certain amount of like time commitment, which I don't have. That's like doing a really high depth illustration, but this is the animation version of it. I don't have that much time. But still nice to look at. I wonder, I would love to play this on stream. I don't know if it would get me copyrighted. It might. If I shrink it down enough and mute it, I might be able to, we can just watch little bits. I don't know if this is under fair use or not. I think it is. But I would hate for the stream to get blocked because I show this video. But I'm going to try and do it. But we're going to cheat it. Oh, that got rid of my music. Oops. Yeah, I'm going to mute it. I figure if it's small enough, and I put something blocking a piece of it, we can trick the we can trick the auto finder. But I'm pretty sure this is fair use showing it too. We're just looking at the clips. Basically all the Lizardmen scenes from Heavy Metal 2000, which is definitely inspires my game a lot. So I would love to show it if I can. I'm gonna try. So let's swap over to this. There's some violence in this. There's nothing too crazy though. So if I do that, we can block like the top corner of it. Yeah, these are all the Lizardmen in this scene from Heavy Metal. I love the energy that's in this. I'm trying, I can't replicate it completely, but I can get some. Didn't really give me ideas though. It's fun to watch. Why is this one in here? I think that's an accident. You're in the wrong folder. Oh yeah, Guilty Gear's definitely got like an anime style or an art style. All right, let me start the music back up again. It's because I opened Media Player with a new video. It removed the music playlist that I was using. There we go. Okay. I mean, all that aside, it didn't really give me an idea, did it? I find it's always death animations that do this to me. It makes me just like stop and think for way too long, trying to figure out how I'm gonna kill it. But then I think death animations are important. They're basically your reward for defeating the enemy too, because you get to watch some fun violence or some gnarly kill. What is this? Oh yeah. This is why I get jealous of Castlevania a lot too. Because in Castlevania, like 90% of the enemies just turn into a fireball and die. It's so cheap. The really good ones that you remember are the ones that have like a crazy death. I mean, to be fair, Castlevania figured out every single way that you can possibly turn an enemy into a fireball and make it interesting. The way they explode or turn into chunks. They did a lot. Alright, let me just think. I've done this kind of thing where they're laying on their back with their hand on their chest, right? This arm's here. Right, I've done this one already. I've done falling forward. Right. I've done this. Actually, now that I think about it, this is the better way to do this. So what I wanted to do for the clotheslining thing, right, is when you kill it, basically it gets thrown back, does a backflip, and then bends in this direction. And I want it to just land on the ground like this and like bend backwards, so it looks really like painful, right? Just like, you know, if you ever seen anybody fail a backflip, it always just makes you go, oh, geez. That's the feeling I'm going for. But when I do that, this guy's got to fall to a position, and that can be the second death, is whatever the final frame of this animation is. After he's bent like this, I think he just kind of like falls towards camera, or away from camera, to forward or background. Let me look at the image that I have for the getting clothesline thing, because I think I'm going to use something similar to this. Right. It's not. No, it's not quite what I was looking for. I'm going to have to keep... That's why I abandoned it, because I couldn't find an example of exactly what I wanted. But this is kind of like what I was going for, where he runs forward and yeah. But I really want him to get all the way back and land on, like, I want chin being here and then back over here, right? So I want it to be really like back breaking when they hit the ground. So it's going to be kind of like this. So like, I'm just thinking, oh wait, I just sketched it out. You can't see that. Yeah, like this. Chin on the ground, like this, back bent over this way. So I just need to think like feet like way up in the air. I think that'd be kind of funny. Honestly, I haven't done animation like this in a long time. Maybe I need to just go back to a free-flowing thing. Let's try and do it in like 6 frames. I'm just getting motion right now. So they're going forward, they get hit, and I'm doing it in this direction just because it seems easier to me. I'm really just sketching out the spine and what it's doing. You gotta imagine this is head part. And then this is, I don't know, I can use that one from before to get it where it's supposed to go. Basically, it's gonna fly through the air for a little while in this one. So this is like arm and leg. We're just using the stick figure thing style. Honestly, I was facing this way and now facing the other way. Oh no, this one's just backwards. Right. If we're just following limbs. Yeah, when I want it to land, I want it to really, like, this frame is the important one. Is this like just ow fuck sort of pose when he lands. I might even make like a crunching sound when it happens just to make it really hurt. Okay, it took me quite a few frames to get there. But then again, this one kind of feels a bit unnecessary because it's just this one rotated. So I think we can condense this a little. Okay, and then it's figuring out how he falls down when he's here. I think I'm going to need more than 2 frames to get him to fall down, though. Maybe this ends up going to 7 or 8. Okay, so he's squished like this. Yeah, it seems like the way he would fall, he either... The tail comes back to where it's supposed to be. But I'd rather him go like into the background or into the foreground, right? Still kind of bent out of shape where he lays. So I think the head's basically where it's supposed to be at this point. The arm will come to fall down. But the body will like be falling here. He's very like crumpled up. I don't know, maybe I can do it in 2 frames. Ugh. Basically, that's the last frame after everything falls down. Yeah, I don't do this type of animation enough. It works really well. But it's hard to see the motion in this. Like you're looking at it and you think he gets knocked away, but I think the idea is like if you kill him while he's running towards you, that's when this is supposed to trigger. Usually he gets knocked back and falls down. But if he happens to be running when you kill him, then he'll continue moving forward, right? Like, oh, here's a good example. Yeah. He'll continue moving forward and get knocked back and then land, right? So yeah, it's like you got clothesline. I always forget I can use this. I don't think I can do the death pose I want. It doesn't have the range of movement necessary. Only looking at this, I don't know if I can use this frame for a normal kill. Like if he's going from this one into that one, that doesn't seem like that would make much sense. I mean, I could do that. It would be the smarter, more efficient way of doing it. I was thinking, when I kill the Warlord, what I want to do, another type of death that I haven't done is, oh, this one was going to get really dark, but there's a story of an execution where an executioner was like gonna cut this guy's head off, and he told him, uh, if he can continue walking after he's dead, if he walks past all of his men, um, he'll spare their lives or something like that. And they cut it. They cut his head off, and the body got up, started walking, and it was doing so well. He was about to free everybody, but eventually they didn't do it. They didn't keep the word. They didn't think he could actually, like it would actually happen. So the body just kept going. Like it took the order that it was given by the brain before it was disconnected, and it tried to do it. So it's totally possible. That idea is kind of cool to me. Like if I behead a creature and their body continues fighting for just like 2 seconds or 3 seconds. I think he lasted a while before his body stopped working or stopped doing what he wanted it to do. But yeah, the idea that when you kill something, it just keeps fighting for a little bit longer, Black Knight style. Tis but a scratch. I think it's kind of fun. So I wanted to do that with the third version of this, where you cut his head off, but the body just keeps moving for a little while. That can happen with beheaded chickens. Okay, no, I'm gonna do this. I think this is the way to go. I'm just gonna have to clean it up. All right, let's make a whole bunch of new stuff. So I'm gonna try and do this the old-fashioned way, where I have no reference and I'm just pulling it out of my head, which is sometimes works really well and sometimes looks like crap. Well, from what I remember, this one's actually a true story, or it's like the best example of a body living on. I don't know. The source I got it from, I can't really talk about because I don't remember where I heard the story. But it was being presented as this one being a real one. I wish I could remember where. I think it was from there's this famous this woman who looks in on to like all these weird, just any sort of bizarre thing. And a lot of hers are she'll cover a lot of execution stuff, but I think she was the one that said it. And her stuff seems to be, or usually is a little more accurate for the way it was described. Okay. I think the best way I can do this, if I want to keep things looking correctly, is I want to trace certain aspects. This is something that I was not doing enough. And that's why my legs and knees get super long or something. So I'll trace the head. I'll get an idea for where the shoulders are and how thick the body is, the torso is. I'll get an idea for how long the tail tends to be, though this one I probably won't worry about animating the tail to the end. We're just figuring out where the body is mostly. Basically just doing this kind of rough outline. Right, so these become kind of like my building blocks. To help keep my form more consistent. Oh, something else I forgot to do. This needs to face the other way. Oh, I can do that really easily. It would also help if it was the right size to begin with. I mean, this is basically the one that I've got here. AT-AT. Ooh, did you see the one on Reddit? The guy put it in his aquarium. It was like a sunken AT-AT. He like it wasn't just in there though. He like did it up to make it look like it actually been underwater for a long time. Like making it look like it had seaweed all over it. It was really nice. Yeah, the big thing here is resizing everything. Be the correct size. So let's just ignore this for now. My music's still going. Minecraft is always so quiet. I can't ever hear it. So at the moment, I'm just gonna like eyeball these one at a time to make sure the scale fits just about right, and then I'll put them where they go. Even though these are definitely rough, but if I start drawing everything based off of a rough size, nothing's ever gonna match. What helps is a lot of these frames actually take place in the air, so they don't have to match up super well. Just these last three where he actually touches the ground. And in fact, if I really wanted to cheat this, I don't know. I like the animation of the first three, but this is technically two animations. There's the first one that plays where he's rotating. I'm going to rotate him through code. It'll be like a mix of code and animation for this. Or maybe I'll just play it through until he gets to this one, then start rotating him a bit until he gets to the position he needs to be in. And then once he touches the ground, this like crumpling animation should play. Okay, I think I need all 6 of these. I thought about it. All right. I feel like I wouldn't have to do this if I was better at like keeping form. It's just always an area that I struggle on. So I have a better reference of what his chest should look like in the background. So yeah, I just use this to keep my sizes kind of consistent and help out with that. So that I know how long something's supposed to be and I don't screw it up. I mean, that one's kind of self-explanatory too. Maybe I overuse this. And I don't have enough confidence in myself to just draw this correctly 6 times. I don't know. Let's take what I'm saying to heart. I mean, at this point, I've drawn so many of these lizard men, I should be able to do this no problem. It's just a big break I've taken, too. Doesn't help. This is getting really confusing with all the lines. Gotta show the expression. Of, oh my god, I can't believe I just lost. That's what's going through his head. I've decided I'm not going to use that, actually. Because I think I can do this on my own. If I believe in myself. And if I can see what the hell I'm looking at. Which is another issue. But actually, I think I can take this one and just tweak it for the next two pretty well. Now that I've got something to base it off of. I said believe in myself, and here I am. Immediately copying and pasting. That's okay. It happens sometimes. Oh, what happened there? Oops. Oh no. Where was that at? I think that was above. Right? It was here. No, 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 no. There. Okay. Oh, man. That's annoying. Okay, I think that fixed it. I'm starting to get hungry now. One more hour. Be just enough time to finish this up. This won't look good at all, will it? Oh, it looks fucking horrible. Is cheating really worth it? No. I'd have been better off just drawing it from scratch, I think. I'm so bad at form. It's one thing to do it in an illustration, but in animation, you've got to do it the same way over and over again. Like, that's the part that I think I struggle with. I could do it once just fine. Well, even doing, actually, I say that doing it once is hard mode for me. I hate doing form, posture. So doing it multiple times is even worse. I feel like my arm has gotten way too small. Let's try and forego all this from the start. Just do the head. Oh, thanks for the follow. Okay, so is this... I mean, this is just the exact same, the last frame, it's just his back is bent more. I should be able to just copy this into it and bend the back. That should be the easiest way to go about this. Something tells me it's not actually going to work like that. No, what am I doing? Don't do it that way. No, stop. Cancel. Grab this. I just noticed that other arm's out there. Probably erase that at some point. Honestly, I can kind of cheat this. Just animating the back limbs moving while the front limbs kind of stay where they are. That one. I think this leg's got to move too. Alright. So yeah, this is more like two animations. The first one being what happens to him in air, where he gets bent back, and then I'm going to rotate this one. And then once he touches the ground, I'm going to rotate it until his head or his jaw is flat. So I'll have to figure out where that is. Actually, you know what's smarter? We should edit. We should start there. That way all I'm doing is bringing it back to where it's supposed to be. About like here. So yeah, I'm just twisting this to where I think it's easier to twist this to be where it's supposed to be. He's facing forward, and then I will, yeah, he's facing like that way. And then I will rotate him to this position, or I'll rotate him back to normal over the course of the animation. So he basically ends up looking like this. And then once he touches the ground, that's when we shift into this like, oh, you know, like just broke his back kind of look. Just kind of cool. Okay, I'm liking this more and more. It's like the little hurdle of getting over the beginning of it. Always bugs me. But I'm always happy when I do it. Especially when I do it the hard way, which is this way. I mean, it's so much easier to just find a reference of the action that you're looking for and copy it. But sometimes you just want to do something that is really hard to find and nobody's seen before. Alright, now I gotta draw this one. Which is the next challenging part. I can make this a little higher too, because he's technically coming from that last frame into this one. Yeah, he's supposed to not look like he's comfortable at all. That's the whole point. This is not the position you want to find yourself in. Oh no, I don't like that because I want to see the back. So I'm not going to put the arm in front of the back, like that's the most important part. We're going to have to do something different with the arm. We're just going to have to say it's already over here or something. Because yeah, I definitely want the player to see what just happened to him when he lands. Like my arm's getting small again. See, this is one of the big things. Like I might be able to make this look good, but will it still match when it's done, right? Will it be that big? And right now, the bicep's short. And this would affect every drawing after this if I wasn't paying attention to it. I think the length of the arm is basically... I mean, it's a bit short. It's a bit small too here. Let's just do this. Compare it off with a reference. So it should be about there. There's a weird angle to draw a bicep or an arm in because it's not supposed to bend this way either. Like, you know, elbows don't bend that way, right? It's like, of course, that's the whole point. Ugh. I love that idea. It's like everything about it is it's fighting against the urge to make it look right because it's supposed to not look right. That makes it look more painful when it looks wrong. Okay, I'm saying back arm you won't even see. Back leg's probably in here somewhere. I feel like the sizes have gotten off again. Like in the leg. Leg's supposed to be longer. Thigh is about right. I just need to stretch the legs out a little. The shins. Ooh. Yeah, it looks painful. Ow. I want when a player kills this thing and this happens, I want you to go, oh fuck. I want it to hurt. The whole point. Like if I get an oh out of the person playing, I think I've done it right. Alright, now we both basically got it there. The tail has definitely shrunk. Let's get that back into size. Yeah, I love the idea that his legs aren't even going to come back around. because his back is clearly broken. It's just going to slump over to the side. I think it even looks better. It going into the background instead. Alright. Now let's try and make this look right. Like, I feel like the top of the back's not going to change all that much. This is weird because I'm drawing facing away from the camera again. These are always the hardest ones because nothing's gonna look right. That's just the whole point of it, is it's at a confusing perspective. Like, limbs go, when you're doing it in a 2D, limbs will like be very weirdly shaped when you're looking at like my hand stretched out, my hand forward, and then my hand at this angle, right? Which, I don't know, when you look at it and compare it to the other ones, it just looks like my hand became a little old dinosaur hand or something, but that's what it looks like. So all this trying to keep things on form, and now we're going the opposite way and trying to make things not be on form as much as possible. Well, I'm glad I got to do a free flow kind of animation, I guess. I mean, at least I got to record it. Usually when I do these, I just do not want to record them. This is the type of thing that tends to frustrate me a lot. But I'm pretty chill tonight. Probably because I just had a day off. If I'd have kept going and tried to do this yesterday, I think I would have freaked out. I might still freak out. I reserved my freak out card for when this thing doesn't look right, no matter how I do it. This has stayed too fat. It's shrinking as it's going into the background and squishing. I'm thinking back arm, you're not even gonna see it. I kind of showed a little bit of it here. I'm thinking back arm is like right in here. So going into the next one, back arm's falling like into this background basically. And then you'll never see it basically. You saw like a little piece of it right here. But it's just not in an angle to be seen. So this is another weird one. Technically, I know where the knee's going. The knee's going to be here. And it's laying against the other leg, but the other leg's further back. Right? I've got to like imagine what does this look like going in the background. So this leg is like in here. Other leg is actually going further into the background. And this one's like sitting on top of it as it's come to rest. Like it's all really pushed off into the background, but I need to think like, what do I see? I see this knee, I think. Well, what do we see? But we don't see anything else. Thinking what I've done here is weird too. It should stay smaller. No, I think it should be over here. It looks, yeah, it looks super weird to me because it's like he shrunk, but he didn't shrink. He's just in the background. Like we're just seeing the top of his body, and the rest of it's behind his body. So this will look better. This tail has come to rest. Right in through here. But yeah, it's an unusual. It's definitely an unusual angle. I think to sell this even more, I need to change what happens with his eyes. Like I want normal eyes and then big eyes for when he actually lands. We can hide this. Let's get this one back. Like the hit can have shock in it. And then it's kind of like a bit of a sadness as he's flying through the air. Oh, that's fucked up. What happened there? One thing that scratching sucks. Takes so many undos. Alright, so I like this. Yeah, and then when he impacts, I want over-exaggerated eye. I'd like to hold on this frame for a second and let him slide a bit too. If I can do that. Oh yeah, is this in... I've got so many like scratches everywhere. I don't know what is where. Let me sort through this real quick and just, yeah, clean it up. I think there's like an arm over here somewhere. Oh yeah, there's a piece of something. Oh wow, it's way up there. I couldn't even clear the whole thing. Oh god. Yeah. This one's gonna take a bunch of code to do. It's not just now. Because I've got to rotate him in air. And then when he hits the ground, he's got to be stuck in this pose for like just a little while as he slides along the ground. And then finally comes to rest when he stops moving. So it doesn't animate quite like what you're seeing here. It'll do a lot more stuff when it's in game. With the way it rotates and then slides and then comes to a fall to an end. I think I miscounted earlier. I think I said 5.5 hours, but only 4.5 hours to get to lunch. I got another half hour. I can at least get the clothes figured out for this last one. We'll basically get everything up to line work ready. I think this looks pretty good. I don't know. It looks okay, but will it match everything else? That's the big question. Like, does it look like this? I mean, it kind of does. Honestly, I've been complaining about this animation all night. I should be able to do better than it, right? But at this point, I gotta remain consistent with what I did before, too. I think that's fine. So there's 2 deaths that this can have. And honestly, I think what I'll do, when you kill him one way. He won't do the backflip bit. He'll just do this part, but it'll be facing the correct direction. And then when he touches the ground, he'll just be shifted to this one. Or maybe I'll do... I don't know. I gotta think about it. I want 2 deaths. Each lizard man has 2 deaths just so that there's like a little bit of variety. Because you're gonna kill a bunch of these guys. If they all died the exact same way, it would be very lame. So at least 2 different deaths if I can get it. But I don't want to do like a full animation for my next death, right? And if this is the complex step, then what's the easy one? I mean, the easy one, I just feel like this pose that I've drawn him in does not look good if he goes from getting knocked back like this to falling down like that. Just seems a little too much of a shift. And the fact that he comes to rest at the exact same like death position as the second one is a little lame. That makes me think I need to draw another laying down kind of death. Just so that I can have 2 different looking corpses, right? That, or I do something funky and we'll just behead them. I'm trying to find like, is there an easy, more interesting way to do this using what I've got? It's a good question. I can't think of anything. Oh man, I have really taken over the board, haven't I? There's just little soldiers everywhere. Here we go, lizard bot. Go kill me. There we go. I have been... Okay, good. Worried I wasn't streaming the right thing. I wasn't showing the right scene. I don't know. I think I'm going to figure out like just another laying down one. So this will be the boring one. Basically, it should go from this one to... I think I'll just rotate it as he dies. And then when he touches the ground, it just shifts into some sort of laying down one. He'll probably be laying down on his back, which I've done already. It's kind of boring. That's why I'm not too happy about it. Trying to think of something different. But I don't want it to be very hard or complex. I could do a silly death. I don't know. I don't want super silly. I was thinking of having him fly off of screen like super fast. But that's no good. Let me picture it in my head. Honestly, what I picture in my head is him twirling around, and that is a very complex animation. I'm gonna look at my list of death animations and see if any of them call out to me. We have a couple that weren't used, but They're mostly like supernatural deaths. Also, I think I have a new one to add to this list. Man, I can't see a thing right now. My contacts aren't in the right place. Alright, so coding notes. Where did I even put the death stuff? Oh, there we go. Death examples. Alright, here's all of our deaths. If it's got a star behind it, I have used it. So we've got a new type of backbreak, basically. It's kind of like a slump, but it's not quite. I feel like backbreaking is new, and I don't think I've written it down. So let's write that down. This list might come in handy sometime down the road when I make another game and I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to kill stuff. I can't even think of an example of this. So I'm just going to write, ooh, oh. Alright, so we've done spinning, landing impacts, fly falling, slump down, fall in a direction, the back break, and we've done, we can't make them explode, that doesn't make any sense. Unless I put like an explosive barrel on his back or something goofy. But, I mean, I could, let me think about it, let me not just write it off. If I wanted them to set on fire, I could put like a brazier or something in the scene. But I would have to have him die on the brazier and then catch fire that way. I could also just put him like he's got a little lantern. Which, I don't know, I don't want to do that. So no, that's out. The idea was there. I never did a fuse one. That was one I had never got around to. I really like the idea. Basically, you kill something, and it's like if it's a long snake-looking thing, its head turns into like the fuse, and then the fuse burns down and it explodes. That's a very supernatural death. I found it's very difficult to get some of these more exotic deaths in the game if you're going for more realism. There's like acid, steam, boiling. I feel like there's probably more ways of crushing somebody that I haven't utilized. This way of thinking is just hilarious. It's like, I'm sure there are ways of crushing a human that I haven't thought of. I don't know, I had like, you get smashed on a wall, or you get crushed on the floor like by something, or you get smashed like a boulder's hitting you, which is a little bit different than the boot way. I can't think of a way he would get crushed or smashed. We've done the crystal deaths, the stone. Oh, the stone's for the golem, I think, or something. We got the shatter. We don't ever freeze an enemy either. We've done impaling, floating, decaying, beheading, delimbing, screaming, blood fountain, split, spawn parasite, split into new monsters, poison eaten, death throes, melting, self-destructing, lightning strike, because that's something different. Electrocution, basically. Purify, so being turned into like undead pieces, turned into sludge. Supernova, reviving, so not actually dying, fading away, Having servants that flee. Being sucked into the void, that's one I never got around to. That's a supernatural thing. Dehydrating or drying up. And then transformation or fleeing. None of that really applies. I mean, I guess the real question here is, if I want to kill them in a supernatural way, how would I go about that? But I really don't want to. I want this to be a natural sort of death. So I need to think of like new natural deaths that I haven't done. I feel like I've written everything I could think of down. I mean, I could revisit one of the fun ones. The fun ones are beheading and delimbing. So, okay, in just the lizardmen enemies, we've got impaling, we've got falling. And then we have blood fountain, that's right. Impel, blood fountain, and then 2 falling ones. Now we've got backbreaking. We never really did a behead. We haven't done it yet. Not for a lizard man. We've done it for other enemies. I think the shambler gets beheaded. But yeah, if you're coming right out of the forest, I don't want like beheading to be happening too often either. Because you were just fighting an enemy that gets beheaded. There's no reason to do that. I feel like I can't get around. I mean, I already did a really fancy one. But I kind of want to do a second fancy one too. Something just cool. Like, I wish I knew more cool ways to kill things. It's kind of hard to do. Well, I haven't really done much disembowelment. Which is a phrase I don't think I would have ever said before. Maybe we disembowel. Oh, disemboweling's so nasty. Just guts go flying around. Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's too much. When have I ever said that that's too much, though? Okay, let me think of different ways to disembowel somebody. Because there's more than one way. I just need to think, what's on the inside that suddenly comes to the outside? One thing is a bone just suddenly showing up that wasn't supposed to be on the outside. Oh man, those are always freaky. I always think of the Fly when he does the arm wrestling thing and breaks that guy's arm and his bone just comes jutting out. That's crazy. I don't really think I can do that here. I mean, there's always intestines, but I've done intestines. Intestines are boring. And kind of nasty. What else could I come out that's supposed to stay inside? Oh yeah, there's another one that I've done on here that I forgot to add, which is, I completely forgot about giving. I mean, it's kind of like an explode. Actually, maybe I do have giving. Giving's up here in explosions. Well, not necessarily. I think chunks is different than giving. I love that I'm getting into the semantics of how something dies a giving. Blood into meat. Because chunks can be like Yeah, usually I save chunks for insects. When an insect dies, it explodes into chunks of what it used to be. Or like skeletons, they blow up into bones. But giving's more like you just turn into meat and blood. I think it's a totally different thing. We're not gonna give one of these guys, though that would be a really easy one to do. Basically, I just replace his body with meat and send it flying. I feel like that's too much. That's a little too anime. Yeah, well, it's not anime. That's very American, isn't it? I can't think of an American. Well, there's a couple early anime that got real violent. I think it's more American video games and animation that you see real giving. Like cartoonish. Wrong, puppy. You're really bored, aren't you? I'm not. I'm busy right now. I'll pet you in a bit. This might be the last death I ever have to think of. I hope. I feel like I've written all the new monsters I came up with a death for them. So, hopefully this is the last one I do. I can think of like, what are some Final Destination kills? They did some fun stuff. Well, there's strangling. I never did strangling. I hate strangling. I'm not going to do strangling. But I should at least write it down. I don't like strangling, personally. It's normal. You know, something I haven't done is like receiving a wound to the face. Have you ever seen, this is a trope of like a, I don't know, any kind of medieval thing where somebody takes a sword to the face and they just, and it shows, you know, what happened, and then they just fall over dead. Even though technically they would probably be alive for a while, but they just kind of cut that part out. But I don't know, once your eyes get cut out, you're kind of out of the fight too. You just run around in pain. Man, that's a fucked up one. I could do that. I could make it to where the enemy just... I don't know, that one's kind of complicated. They basically flee because they've been completely disabled, right? But they're not actually dead yet. Just they've taken a mortal wound. Dog, pick one, inside or outside? I don't know. I can't think of anything unique, which is making me go back to just have them fall down. Luckily, it's getting close to lunchtime. I'm about to be able to just push this off. I don't want to do that. Let me find something. Just look up death animations and see if one of them has done something that I haven't done or would like to try. Okay, that's an idea. I haven't done this. No, never mind. I take that back. I have done this. Basically, a character falling over and then a big pool of blood, like, appearing or whatever. But no, I have done that with my crab. And it's kind of annoying to do. There's a lot of that type of death. And there's a lot of just fall over ones. Oh yeah, okay, there's something I haven't done. Right? No, I've done something similar to it. God, I've done everything. I was thinking, I haven't really done any like slump and crumple without falling all the way down, but I have done that. I did that with the spearman. When he does the blood fountain thing, he just like crumples into a slump without actually falling over. So I have done that, and I've done it with a unit that's very similar to this. Oh, I also love, if you ever look up death animations, you get a mix of death animations and death animating, which is funny to me. I mean, it makes sense. Like, it is a death animation, it's death, but not exactly what I had in mind. Oh, there's a good giving. Oh, you gotta love Doom. Doom's got some of the best, like, giving, blood just going everywhere kind of deaths. I'm not showing this on purpose, by the way, just because sometimes some weird shit pops up. Like a naked girl with tits who dies. Because sure, that one was popular and it gets upvoted, I guess, so it shows up on the top of Google. Happens constantly. That one's fun. Person catching on fire and turning into ash. Don't really do that. Honestly, I'm seeing so many deaths where they just fall down, making me think that I should just do fall down. I've already done a fall down with one of these guys. God, there's Lara Croft getting eaten by a T-Rex. Why are like Tomb Raider deaths so violent? They have some really crazy stuff. Like, more than you would think. Oh yeah, okay. So, I didn't think about this. When Tryndamere dies in League of Legends, his sword like goes flying in the air and then it falls down and impales him. This guy's got a sword. Could do something similar to that. I don't know. That's a lot of animation. That's an idea though. We'll throw that on the maybe list. of my streams turn into this a lot, to where I get stumped, and then it's just a lot of like brainstorming to find out what I want. But I think this is the reason. I think this is very important to. If you always went with the easy, simple thing, I think you're not doing it right. And I think me being so fussy would be a good thing. Oh, that's cool. The Hades death looks really awesome. I haven't played that game, but I just come across one of its animations. Fallout's got a bunch of really fun deaths. I feel like this is something you don't see too much in games, when they've got really like unique deaths. Oh my god, that one's vicious. God, a wizard just hits like this orc on the head, and his head like inflates and explodes with magic. Oh, that's sad. I don't know, I might just have to stop and sleep on this one. Do it off stream. Or do it after lunch, I mean. I'm thinking about, I don't know. Honestly, I know what I'm thinking, but it's a lot of work too. So, through that. I like the idea of like slumping in some way. Maybe like curling up in the fetal position or something. Honestly, tell you what I'm not thinking about is the fact that this is a Beastmaster, right? So instead of just going with some random stuff, like how would a Beastmaster die? I mean, I can't really like put his animal. I don't want them to interact because that's even harder than a normal one. But ironic deaths are always nice. Well, there's one violent one that I haven't tried, and that's to basically cut them down or cut them along the waist, and have them like, oh man, this one's way more complicated, but have him like swing his sword, and his body just continues to rotate while his legs stay the same. I don't know, that's way too much, but it would be cool, and I don't think I've done that with anybody. It's kind of like death throes. All right. Yeah, I got no ideas. I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna keep. I think it's better to just take a break from it. Because usually when I get stuck like this, like there's two ways to go. I could go the easiest possible thing, and sometimes that's correct. But I find if I take a break when I get stuck and give it a few hours, something will just pop into my head that's like, oh. So I think that's what I'm gonna do right now. And we'll see in next stream what I ended up coming up with. It might be just the most boring, fall over dead kind of thing. That's when nothing came to mind. But I mean, this here, go get lunch. I'll work on some of this off stream. Hopefully, we're doing the line work next time. But yeah, later.